Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Showboat. Today is Thursday, May 11th, 2023. Oh boy, what's gone on since the last time we met? Not much, honestly. I've been in Factorio and doing some scaling that we will talk about in a little bit. I just want to mention that there is this game that is releasing tomorrow that has had its reviews embargo end today, that being Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Ollie has brought me a ball that is soaked. Go get the ball. Off he runs to go get it. It's been getting a lot of glowing, perfect scores. However, Ollie, go get it. However, I don't really agree with any of them. Frankly, I don't believe them at this point in time. There's one site that gave it like a 60 out of 100, 6 out of 10. I'm more leaning at this point towards believing that one, although I think it was a little bit more pessimistic than it probably should be for this point, not even having access to the game. But what I've seen of the game at this point, I don't think it's as low as a 6, but I would say that in my mind, to me personally, the game does not deserve a 10 simply because it has the stupid weapon durability mechanic in it. And I think that having that automatically disqualifies it from being a 10. At least to me, as we have bitrate issues. As we have bitrate issues right off the bat today. Oh boy. Hello, internet. Could you please come back? Sort of coming back. Oh boy, what a great way to start the stream today. I guess my ISP really doesn't like my opinions of the latest Zelda games, frankly. At the time that Breath of the Wild came out, I had the same opinion. I thought that game was definitely more like a 7 out of 10 than a 10 out of 10. And I think that Tears of the Kingdom is going to probably be about the same. I think that if they've built this game to be bigger than Breath of the Wild, I don't think that the hardware is going to be able to keep up with that, and the performance will likely be awful. And I really don't want to experience this game paying $69 for a game that's going to run at 20 FPS at 720p. So I'm not going to purchase this game at this point in time. I don't see any good reason to. I don't care how good it is, how good it might be. I don't see myself buying that game. I would have liked to. I would have liked it to be a good game that I would have enjoyed. But from what I've seen of the reviews of Tears of the Kingdom, I don't think it's going to be a game that I will enjoy. So I'm not going to get it. I'm just not going to completely skip it. It was on my list of games I was anticipating for the year. But Ollie, get down. Get out of there. Don't you dare break the plates that are under my desk. Anyway. So that's the thing. Hopefully the bitrate issues have resolved at this point, as the kitty was just about to knock over my bowl and plate. I've got like a shelf thing under the desk, set of just storage stuff, and I put my plate after breakfast, I put my plate under the desk on top of those stands, and here comes Kitty. He somehow the ball ended up on top of the plate, and so he's trying to grab the ball and was about to knock over the plates under the desk. Anyway, yeah, that's my thoughts. I don't think it's going to be a game that I would enjoy, despite a lot of the good reviews of it. I think that we're going to get more tempered reviews from people who were not granted early access to the game. And I would be far more inclined to trust the reviews from the folks who Nintendo did not bespoke give a review copy to. I would probably fundamentally say, don't ever put any weight behind any review in which the developer has given the game for free to that review outlet. I would say that those reviews, by very nature of getting a copy of the game early and for free, are fundamentally biased and should not be trusted in any way, shape, or form. So that's my thoughts into Factorio. Here we go. I don't have that camera on, and we can turn that off because Ollie's not here at the moment. He ran off. Oh, he's here. He's next to me. Hi. Hi, big boy. Big Ollie. Hey. Up and down, big boy. Oh, big boy. Oh, we got a kitty. Hello. There's a big kitty. Hello, my boy. Hello. There's a kitty. Yes. Trying to play. He wants to play. He wants to play. Dolly wants to sleep. Dolly is under my bed today. She was under my bed yesterday as well. So. Big boy. What did we do? What did we do in the game? Let's get to the game. Last time we met, I finished setting up quantum batteries as part of the intelligent unit chain, and we got through a big chunk of setting up intelligent units. So, if I go over to my plan over here with intelligent units and hit the pin, we basically got through making nano carriers. We got nano carriers. We did we had done bioprinting for the Dingrit pelts, I think. Actually, no, I don't think we did the bioprinting because I had already slaughtered Dingrits for spikes, because I already had that soldering for the spikes here in the mall. I just set it up to provide the pelts, and we processed the fur, making cysteine and making nano carriers. But from there, actually we set up like all these things for the fault and current inductors, the Bragg grating. I had anti-reflective glass. We got conductive sheets. We got PVB, GBL, and butanediol. Got all that stuff. Got cross-section LEDs. We already had the nitrogen mustard. We set up nickel carbonyl for nickel nitrate, and we set up neodymium nitrate. We got resveratrol and PKSs. We got the perovskite nickelate. We got bioreceptors. We got the pre-phenothiazine and triethoxysilane. And phenothiazine. And Aptez, 3-aminopropyl triethoxysilane. Wonderful chemical names. We got a bunch of chemicals. But what we ended up with towards the end of the stream on Tuesday was something interesting, because we needed to make Dynamicin. Oh boy, we need Dynamicin, and Dynamicin requires a whole bunch of things, but in particular it requires zinc finger fusion proteins. Zinc finger fusion proteins require Atom 42 gene samples and GTA, gene transfer agents. And of course, the Atom 42 gene samples also require GTA and a whole bunch of stuff that we already have. So the process of getting GTA is longer, shall we say. I also needed to set up PDMS for a thing in here. One of the ingredients, I forget exactly where, I think it was here for Biofets. We need all of that stuff. We need the Dynamicin for Biofets, which is a direct ingredient going into the intelligent units. I'm pretty sure, yeah, right there. Biofets required directly for making intelligent units. So, we worked on getting into denatured seismite for GTA last time. We finished off by like placing down the building to make denatured seismite, and what I've done between streams is I've set up the back-end stuff that we've already done before and we've already seen before. So I set up the Decalin Flutec PP6. We had set up the formic acid. I brought in mutant enzymes. I built the ground samples over here because apparently I didn't even have ground samples in the mall. I brought in Crydrin from the train network, and I'm slaughtering them here for the adrenal cortices, and that is making denatured seismite. So that's done. I have also actually set up PDMS in the mall. Now, PDMS is an ingredient that was used for making graphene rolls, which we've done before, so I figured, you know what, let's just go ahead and make more of this in the mall rather than go and put it on the train network from graphene rolls. So I did that. I have access to Mark III everything at this point, pretty much, so I've used the Mark III mixer to make the PDMS. This stuff needs dimethyl dichlorosilane, which requires grade 4 copper. So that's what all of this is in here. This is making grade 4 copper from copper ore, essentially. Getting all of the grade 4 copper that I can out of this system. Because as it turns out, I was already importing copper ore into the mall. Because I had set up between streams, like going into last stream, cobalt extract, and cobalt extract requires mixed ores, of which I'm pretty sure that copper is one of those ores for the mixed ores here. Yeah, it's copper, rare earth, and zinc. Zinc? Nickel? I never remember the greens between zinc and nickel. I think this one's zinc, or yeah, making the mixed ores, and that gets used in the thing, yeah, to make the stuffs, the cobalt extract. Ta-da! Cobalt extract, by the way, I'm making a lot of it now, thanks to having access to the recipe to make cyanic out of ammonia, out of ammonia and methane. It's very easy now to get enough of this cyanic for making cobalt extract. I have as much as I could ever desire. Hello, welcome to the stream today. We had a little bit of a hitch on the upload rate at the very beginning of the stream today, but yeah, it seems to have gotten a little bit better as time has gone on. Also, it being a milestone day in which we will get access to intelligent units, I am seeing that we have a few more people here than usual. I see that we have a few more people. I see that people actually recognize, hey, this is the last circuit in the game. This is the most advanced circuit that we will make. And fortunately, we don't need a ton of it. going into the end of the game, at least in terms of volume, because the Intel units with Bob's modules means that I don't need any of it to make modules. I'll need a bit of it. I'll still want as much as I can of it, just because it's going to be used to make full-sized beacons. This is the day in which we'll get pretty close to being able to make full-size beacons. It will entirely depend upon us chewing through the rest of this wind power stage 4 tech. This tech is the last tech that I need in order to get full-sized beacons online. Because of this thing, Tower Mark IV. I have all of the ingredients for this stupid thing already. It's just simply a matter of unlocking the tech to be able to build the Tower Mark IV. That is the last thing, because for whatever reason, you need Tower Mark IV to make this beacon. It's also the last thing I would need to pick up at Vect Transmission 2 to unlock the Bob's Beacon 2, which, as you can see there, just requires a bunch of Circuit 1, 2, and 3. It's a direct upgrade of the regular beacon. It is different mechanically. It will use less power per beacon. The main problem, though, is that it's going to require a whole bunch of beacons to use effectively. The way I would compare the Bob's beacons to the new Pi beacons is that the Pi beacons, they're really better and are really designed to affect a lot of entities, huge volumes. For single beacons, it really favors fewer overall beacons affecting as many entities as you can. That's what it favors. Whereas the Bob's beacons favors a lot of beacons affecting few entities, really affecting one entity, trying to cap out a single entity. That's what these are built and are better at doing, is really getting individual entities capped, maybe two. If it's a relatively fast recipe, you could swing 2 buildings, or even sometimes a square of 4, with a specific like plus arrangement on the more advanced beacons. And that's just because these beacons, while they do have a larger coverage area on them, also have a lot of slots for modules. They have more module slots, where the regular beacons will have 2 module slots. I think the beacon 2s have 4, and then the beacon 3s have 6 module slots. This one, the effect transmission efficiency is 75%, so it sends out like 75% of 4 modules, whereas the beacon 3 at utility science, he brought back the soaked ball that's all dirty, full of hair. This ball used to have feathers on the end of it. It used to have feathers. Go get it. You gonna go get it? You gonna run? You looked like you were gonna run. Da-ba-da. Ollie likes water, by the way. He's okay with my wet hand now, petting him with being wet. He likes the water. Yeah, but these at level 3 are just gonna be absolutely insane. It'll be glorious. The problem is I'll need like infinite of them, just like I'll need like infinite of these. And that's a few ingredients. That's a pretty expensive recipe just to get one. I'll need several thousand. Anyway, that being said, let's get to work. Let us get working. I need to probably mention a few things that I did between streams outside of this. So between streams, outside of wrapping up logistics for denatured seismite, wrapping up like the back end stuff that we've seen before for denatured seismite. I have set up all of the Mark III buildings that we have access to of like most of the non-Pi alternative energy producing buildings. So I am now producing these buildings. I went and I set the recipes. I set the requests for pretty much everything in here. So I can use any Mark III building that I desire at this point in time. They're all being made. Now, this does mean that my science slowed down a little bit because of that, because a lot of these buildings are eating up those nanostructured materials. That it has been like an extreme bottleneck. I just want to be clear. This is the number one bottleneck in the entire base at the moment. This is the number one thing that is the most limiting factor. And I foresee this continuing to be the number one most limiting factor for the entire rest of the game. This stuff is hell. Why? Because even if I have most of the ingredients being provided for it, it's still going to be limited by this stuff. Fundamentally. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh, he came back. Back with the ball. He's back with the ball. Go get the ball. Off he runs. Yeah, so this stuff. This is things. This is things. This is Nexlit, aluminium, molybdenum, titanium, silicon. It's a special alloy. It has no improved recipe. Welcome back. Hello, the baby. Yeah, you ready? Go get it. As he literally springs off the end of the desk and shakes the desk. Yeah, this stuff. I actually don't have enough production of this stuff if every other ingredient wasn't limiting. Right now, I think the limiting factor is the fiber board on this. So if I solved the fiber board problem, I would still have a problem here. I cannot get this running at 100% uptime. And even if it were at 100% uptime, it still wouldn't be enough. Ugh. Erg, arg. We're talking these. I need so much throughput of this special alloy that I would have to be spending like well over 40 moly plates. Well over 40 moly plates per second. And about the same on titanium. And aluminium and Nexlit. So I've done as much. I have gone and done as much other bottleneck bashing as I could between streams. Essentially, what this has come down to is I am now trying to even remember the exact things that I did just between these streams versus having done previously. You can see I've got this urea in here now. I can actually upgrade these buildings to Mark III and get even more productivity out of it. Go get it. But I discovered an issue, a thing that was broken, a pathway that was broken. Yeah. So I need to make more Relesia. I don't actually have enough Relesia for the base, and yeah, I didn't quite realize this, but there was a cyclic dependency loop involving Relesia that once I started consuming more Relesia than what I was producing, ended up meaning that slowly over time I ended up with no Relesia, no urea, no fertilizer for anything that needed fertilizer, and no Augs and no Ulrich. Because my Augs make manure. My Augs need Aug food to make manure. My Aug food needs Relesia. So I need Relesia to make Aug food to make manure. I need manure to make urea. I need urea to make fertilizer. I need fertilizer to make Relesia. So if I didn't have enough Relesia for food, for manure, for fertilizer, or for urea for fertilizer, I wouldn't have my Relesia. So every single one of those things died. It all died. Yeah. I have fixed it this morning. When I saw that was a thing that happened, I was like, oh dang, another one of these stupid cyclic loops. So I now have priority 1 import of fertilizer into Relesia. That will mean that fertilizer will always go to Relesia first. My Relesia is also... Let's go. Thank you so much, Yukito. We are going for an extra hour today. Huzzah. We will be streaming until 2 o'clock Eastern Time today. Thank you so much for that tip. We will make good use of this time, this extra time. All right. Yeah, so I have priority 1 Relesia into the Aug food now. So the Aug food will always get Relesia first. Now, the Aug food only ever goes to the Augs, so I don't need to worry about setting priority 1 Aug food at Augs. That's fine. It only ever goes there. And that will mean that I will get the manure. Now, I probably should set priority 1 manure to urea. But actually, I did something different there. Since the food is going to not just the manure, it's also going to, Augs themselves. What I decided is that since the Augs, they do get slaughtered pretty preferentially, I would say. They do get slaughtered up here. Sometimes. They do be getting slaughtered as time goes on. I decided that I would actually get blood for my urea and do that at fertilizer. So my fertilizer now, at this location, I have adjusted it such that, well, yes, I am going to import urea as I get manure provided to urea. Ahem. Cough, hack, wheeze. While I am going to provide that, I am also making it out of blood through Mark III atomizers, which are doing this very productively. I do still need to go to the urea factory and make that productive. That's still on my to-do list, is to make the urea productive and use less manure overall. But by doing this, I have made it so that blood is priority 1 input on here. But it should never die for lack of urea anymore. Yeah, so I should now always have fertilizer. I should also, like, priority 1 fertilizer to Kickalk as well, because we also have a little bit of a dependency loop there, where we need to make Kickalk to make fertilizer, and we need fertilizer to make Kickalk. But I think it's going to be okay going forward at this point. This is a pretty nice recipe. This, by the way, at this speed is making over 100 per second of the fertilizer. Greater than 100. So I have a few. I, in fact, now have enough for everything. So, yeah, that was the thing that I fixed. I worked on... I did this being lead containers. A technology that I unlocked for casting has allowed me to now make this stuff out of molten lead and niobium complex and molten steel. 2 of those were being brought in for the stainless steel anyway, and as it turns out, I happen to need a few of these, a few more of these than what I was making to make stainless steel. because I didn't actually have enough of these containers the uh, for the Mark III fuel rods. So now all of this is sorted out. I've got enough stainless steel now. This solved a stainless steel issue. And everything has been wonderful. Absolutely fantastic. I even have like 218 pure speed modules on me now, which is great. I can do some more power scaling if I wanted to with these modules. Ah, okay. All of that being said, since I do have Mark III building access, I am working on upgrading all of the buildings with productivity into Mark III, so that's just an ongoing thing. Yeah, we are adding things into the mall as I need them. Things like this. Things like this. I mean, well, the bots themselves, I have full Mark II now. I don't have any Mark 1s. I did add a mod that let me just straight up pull out all of the Mark 1s from the network. I have like 1.6k of the Mark 3s, so that transition will be forever ongoing. I really don't think I'll be able to replace all of these with Mark 3s. I'd be more concerned about replacing them with Mark 4s, the high-tech bots, when the time comes for all of that. Yeah, bot upgrades. Yeah, the bot upgrades. That's just ongoing. I'm not gonna worry about replacing the Mark 2s. I've got all the Mark 1s out. It's just I don't really need to replace the Mark 2s with 3s at this point in time, especially since there's still another level of bot. When we get the high-tech bots, that will be the point in which I'm like, okay, now we must get only high-tech bots. And get rid of everything but the high-tech bots. That will be time-consuming transition. So this is new. This is a few things, but this is a local methanol production out of essentially just nichrome, as well as coal. A lot of coal for ultimately coke. Of all things, for coke. This is now my primary coke for them all. And it's coke out of logs. And then here's more logs. Here's logs. This is like at least 15 logs, 15, 16, 17 logs per second. Yet another thing, eating up more fertilizer. Which, at least with fertilizer, I think I've got some of that being made in the mall itself. So, yeah, it's more bottleneck bashing, essentially. Just making things local. I also needed additional iron oxide. Now, I wanna be clear. I am absolutely making use of the fact that I have Bob's modules right over here. Hello, Ollie. Hello. Oh, he's wild. He's wild eyes. Yeah, Mr. Wildcat. Is he a wildcat now? Yeah, is he Mr. Wildcat? Great big eyes. Those eyes open. Are you calming down now? Oh boy, that tail's flicking. That tail is flicking. I am making use of productivity modules. The fact that I have Bob's modules is key here. So, this is the thing. When you have Bob's modules with stronger modules. So there's a recipe that lets you convert sulfur plus iron oxide into pyrite, and then there's a recipe that lets you convert pyrite into acid gas and iron oxide. When you have productivity modules, both of these recipes are productive. You can essentially spend sulfur to make iron oxide, or acid gas, or pyrite by spending sulfur. You are still spending something. You're not getting it for free, but you are still spending sulfur to get these things. It is not free. There's still an input here for any of these outputs that you want in excess. So I did it to get iron oxide and to get pyrite. Essentially, I could do it for like supplemental sulfuric acid if I really wanted to, and I probably should. Thinking about that, I probably should. Unfortunately, it is very beacon intensive. These recipes are a bit slow inherently, specifically the pyrite one here. So if I were to do this with the acid gas, just, this makes 421. I need a bit more than that if I really wanted to do this to supplement the sulfuric acid. It's not free, don't nerf it. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's not free. There's no issues here. There's no fundamental issue whatsoever with this. I believe that this is only possible with Bob's modules. The increased strength of productivity from Bob's modules. I think it's only possible because of that. And I haven't checked the baseline versions of it. I mean, these recipes have existed like from the beginning of time, so I mean, they've always been there. You've always been able to do stuff. It works in non-Bob's modules. Okay. Great. Fantastic. Then it must be intended because it's been there forever as an option. And you're still spending sulfur. So, there's that. Sulfur and power. Ah. Oh, you know what? It probably... So, they recently changed the baseline strength with alternative energy. It may just be that when they change the baseline strength off of vanilla values to be higher than vanilla values for the modules, that it broke because of that. I'm pretty sure it's not broken with straight vanilla productivity values, but they increased it to what? It's 15% for the level 3 modules for productivity. It's like 5, 10, 15. So, yeah, probably it broke because it's stronger now. Huh. It didn't used to be an issue with the regular modules, but it might be now because of that. Anyway, stuff we can build now. I'm done with my conversations. There's still another conversation I can have, but I do want to get into the actual progress right now. Because the other conversation is an actual extended conversation to have. I have these, the bots are bringing them. So GTA, it's going to need brick. It's going to need ethanolamine. And ethanolamine was involved in the production of helium. Which means we have to bring all this line up to wherever I am making the ethanolamine, which should be, it's here. So we're going all of the way up, if possible. Where's Grand Theft Auto? Yeah, it's gene transfer agent. That's what we are trying to make right now. Gene transfer agent. Oh, wonderful. There we go. That should help. There. Pretty sure I can draw this line. There's the ethanolamine. I could actually upgrade this to Mark III. Come on, bots. You can do it. Give me this bioreactor at Mark III. Make this even more insane, please. I could upgrade all of these buildings to Mark III for that matter. Everything in this helium chain that takes productivity can get upgraded to Mark III to add 40% times several steps. Constructobot, there you are. Doesn't help when the game is running at half speed. Despite how much faster the things are. Okay, you are going to be operational as soon as I put down a requester chest. Ta-da! That is gene transfer agent. Done. Donezo. Then we need to spend said gene transfer agent. I will need oleochems brought down. I should have those. Yes, I should have those. Those are available. Very, very similar ingredient costs to make this Atom 42 gene sample. Really? I make that, it's just not brought into the train network, into the mall. I should scale it, though, at some point. So the other conversation to have that will take a little bit longer is, last time I made solar concentrators and the stirling dishes. And I've played around with those and figured out those mechanics, so we can have a conversation about how all of that works and whether or not it's like actually worth doing. Short answer is probably not worth doing by this point in the game if you already have a power solution. It is a free source of power, but it needs an ungodly amount of molten salt on it. It's very complex with its fluid system dynamics because of the fluid system in Factorio. It sort of sucks. You need to be really, really good with fluid mechanics. You need to really know how they work. And it does take quite some time to spin up, actually. And you have to do all of the math by hand. Which, again, it's like one of those negative column check marks. It's like, oh, really? You have to do the math by hand? No, thank you. Would rather not. Would rather not. Okay, thanks. So that's done. That's done. Zinc finger fusion proteins. You need fatty acids. Why, hello again. Yeah. You're energetic. Energetic. Big boy. Pretty sure that those oleochemicals were literally going into fatty acids, so I can grab that, bring that down. Ta-da! Zinc finger fusion proteins. There we go. And that will be that. Ta-da! Now, I don't remember, did I set a building already for the Dynamicin? I don't think so. So we will set that up. Oh, it needs canalgas. Okay, so you go all the way up here then. You will go up here where I have canalgas. And I will need anthraquinone. That's probably something that'll be easier to just make. The issue is that it'll have to be a long-assed pipeline. Alright, you're not productive. That's fine. So I don't need to worry about a Mark III building. So the issue here is that anthracene is being brought in all the way down on the right. It's all the way over here on the right at the bottom, where I am making carbon black. That would be right here. The anthracene is being brought in here, so it's either I build this here, which I guess is what I'm gonna do. But either way, I have to, like, bring this all the way up. Oh yeah, and it also needs sulfuric acid. Great. I think the nearest sulfuric where is sulfuric? There's sulfuric. Oh. It was already there. Oh, really? Is in the way? Stuff is always in the way. Alright, that's gonna be the sulfuric for you. That just leaves chromite sand, which I should be importing. I would hope. Right, and then the Athra needs to go up. All the way up. Which spot? This spot. So let's find a line, something like that. Draw. Draw the pipes. bug. Problem. 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 Why, hello, Dolly. You came out from under the bed. She came out from under the bed, the pretty Dolly. Yeah, how's the baby girl? The baby girl. How's she doing? Yeah, how's she doing? Yeah, you woke me up. It was 6:20 in the morning. And you came to say hi. You heard me wake up. Yeah, Dolly, what you sniffing? Now you're gonna go to the window? Yeah, she's gonna go to the window. Oh boy, that's Anthra for Dynamicin, so now I just need to set my request on Dynamicin. Gosh, I mean, I should build the thing, shouldn't I? I should build the thing. Which was the one that built those? Yeah. I should really build the thing. This needs to be saline and artificial. Saline is where? Saline is there. Oh, right, I set that as a provider chest. There we go. So that will mean I will have access to the Phedysis, the where is it? The flying party big cat. The flying armored tiger. What it would mean to have that would be that I wouldn't have to worry about collision anymore. It flies, you know? It sort of flies over all of the collision. So it would make traversing a little bit easier around them all. And I shouldn't have to worry about getting hit by a train either, because it's flying. And I should have all of this stuff. The photophores are basically just being built. Like, they're getting used the moment that they're produced on the photophores, so... Because we've had that conversation before about how terrible it is making quantum batteries because of the one-dimensional photonic crystals consuming significantly too much stuff just in general. But in particular, it uses way too many photophores and way too many graphene rolls and way too much silver. All the things, but in particular photophores, just way too high. And I was actually looking at, hey, if I were to actually try to get the amount of photophores that I need, what would be involved in all of that? A few things. It's like semi-doable, but still, it's a pain in the ass. Anyway, stuff, things. Continuing towards intel units. We have now checked off all of this back-end stuff. leaving us with just being able to make biofets. I don't remember if I've made the Mark II bioprinter yet, or if I even have access to it. Where's... Why, hello, my dolly. Welcome to the back of the chair. Bioprinter. I do have the Mark II. I should build that. Do you need a CS degree? I mean, having at least some idea of chemistry would help. I mean, I think you don't necessarily need to understand exactly what all the inputs mean, because it's simply a matter of X input makes Y output. I mean, we could abstract this into gibberish, and it's still, you can still do it. You can still keep track of it, regardless of what the actual names are. The names just are there for those who know. For it to make at least some degree more sense. Here, build, thank you for that. I want Mark II because of, well, productivity. Adding additional productivity here to make these biofets would help a lot. It's just unfortunate that this needs heavy n-doped silicon, because that's another one of my slight problematic things at times. Little bit limited. Don't die. Well, if you're coming from vanilla, yeah, this mod is this mod suite is the most complex mod suite that currently exists for Factorio. So, yeah, you probably don't want to go straight into this after only experiencing vanilla. Especially if it took you 60 hours to clear vanilla. Yeah, that might not be such a ideal thing to dive off the extreme deep end like that. I would say start with like Crastorio 2, because that one feels a little bit more like just an extended vanilla. It's a little bit better to get into as the first experience, I would say. Yeah, you don't need like degrees or anything. This is all just a matter of being able to keep track of things. If you are able to keep track of things, if you are able to make and execute upon plans, then that's fine. It's more of a skill than a strict knowledge based issue. Knowledge only mildly helps in this particular game. It's more about just being able to keep track and, you know, using tools to help you keep track is definitely wonderful. Really, there's no... Okay, it's just delivering the bioreceptors. And we are just waiting for the first Dynamicin to get crafted to bring that over. And that is... Huh? Oh, right, this produces steam, doesn't it? Right. That's better. That's better. That'll get it working. Do we have that buddy yet? Might take a little while to craft. We do. We've made 10. We have, in fact, made 10 of the Phydicis. Wonderful. Phydicis runs off of meat, so I have to be careful. I have to make sure that I have meat on me. Alright, critter. It's your time to shine. Oh boy. Phydicis, you. Yes, you subsist off of meat or dingert food or fish. Why it's dingert food and not like fat eye food, I don't know, but meat. Probably have to steal that from the doohickey. I probably don't have meat on me. Yeah, I definitely don't have meat on me. Alright. You. There's the meat of my dreams. Now to find it. There it is. Hello, meat. Oh, I had plonked down more than one. Say hello to the Phydicis. Now I can travel around my base freely. Yeah, that inventory I need to sort some of the stuff out, get rid of some of the stuff. I have a mod that gives me an infinite space in my inventory. It dynamically adjusts the amount of slots available. Bird? Don't you mean it's a flying armored tiger with like bat wings? There's no part of it that is bird. It is most definitely mammalian. Did I get rid of that? Get rid of those. That. Anything else that's just clutter? Those. That. That's all clutter. I think that's it. That's it for an initial look. Carrying a bag. The trunk. Okay, so we've gone through biofets. Now I need to make these sorted animal eyes. I decided to make them out of Dilmo. You have a lot of options for these sorted eyes, but I happen to have Dilmo. So I will set that down. So the thing about the Dilmo is that you get 4 eyes per Dilmo versus 2 for most other things. It's unfortunate that I'm just putting these into a box because I'm pretty sure that the eyes have a set of like the random icons when they're on the when they're on belt. There's actually several different variations of the eyes that you can see on the belt. That you can see on the belt. Ahem. Okay, next thing is animal reflectors. This needs barreled arcod jelly. which means that this actually spends barrels. By the way, this spends barrels. So Arcod jelly, I think I have that over yonder. Do I have jelly? I have honey. I have honey over yonder. I do have the jelly. The jelly is used going down. Okay. There's jelly. Ugh. Erg, arg. Well, that won't fit there. So let me follow the jelly. Where does the jelly go? Where does that jelly line go? It goes over here, so I can do this. And I can barrel the jelly from there. Just give me a barreling machine. And that should do it. You need organic solvent and water. So, water. Organic solvent. Now, that I should also have that was brought up. It's just a matter of finding this stupid pipeline. There it is. Way the hell over there. Aight. It be way the hell over this way. There we go. There's that. Arcod propolis might not be being brought in at the mall. It is not, so let me put that request in. Oh, have I mentioned yet that this is 4,500 cycles for this tech? Compared to like 650 and 1,000 and 1,100 and 1,300 and 1,100. This is 4,500. And then the other required techs that I need, we've got 4,000 for the Schrodinger antelope, and then another 4,500 for nanochondria, and however much I need for the other techs. It's 2,250 for anti-tumor agents, and 4,500 for Project Leica, with 4,000 for exoskeleton equipment, 1,100 for anabolic RNA, 1,100 for erythropoietin stimulating agents. We need 2,000 for power armor. We actually need to pick up the power armor tech. Great. And all that just to unlock PyScience 4, which needs another 5,500 cycles of science before I can even make perfect samples. Great. So there's a lot of time there for making the perfect samples. There's a lot of time before our next science, which is fine to have time. It gives me time to scale up. This can go away, replace with that. Propolis, Arcod Propolis. That's not gonna arrive anytime soon, because I use all of it for Pi 3 science. So here's where I make the Arcod Propolis. What are you limited by? Hello? You don't have enough wax. because you don't have enough barrels in your system, I think. Huh. Interesting. I seem to have just not had enough barrels here. Things got a little bit screwy with all of this, with fixing the barrel issue. These have productivity, 5% productivity, which meant that in the code the barrels had to be tagged separately as like not a primary output, so that the productivity would not give you additional barrels than what you needed going in. So at this point, there are no extra barrels that get produced because that was fixed. But when I went to fix this over here, it seems that when I did that, I didn't actually give it enough barrels for this part of the equation. Great. Fantastic. Always wonderful seeing my mistakes. Anyway, that will eventually move. Next, we need glycodylamine. Glycodylamine? Glycetylamine. Glycetyl! That's the pronunciation. Glycetyl. I mean. This needs ECH. What was it that needed ECH? It was epoxy? Epoxy originally. The normal recipe for the epoxy. It needs ECH. Yeah, there you are. Which means I don't have it in my mall. At least I don't think I do, anyway. So unfortunate. It's extremely unfortunate that the upgrade to Ulrich that gives you epoxy is a worse recipe than just the normal way of getting epoxy. It sucks. Utterly blows. Anyway, I'm gonna set this down somewhere over here. We do have that, but we don't have the glycerol now, do we? I don't think so. Oh, you also need aniline. Frick. That's gonna suck. It's like, pick one, and that's what you get access to. Alright, well, I'll go do it near my aniline then. Down at the bottom. I wish the acceleration on this guy was a little bit better, but oh well. Alright, that's the... I've found the aniline line. The issue now is... if I bring it down, where can I put this? I guess here. Oh, I've picked a perfect spot that will not work. I've picked another perfect spot that will not work. That will work. Robots. Hello, there you are. Okay, let me... just needs epichlorohydrin, so... I need to think about how I want to do that. Mixer, Mark III. Am I carrying Mark III mixers? No, I'm not actually carrying around any Mark III mixers. So I need to grab some from over here. Where are you? Mixers? Mixers? Mixers. Mine. Mach 3 mixer. Your job is to make epichlorohydrin in the mall. Productively. How much? 0.89. Okay, I think it makes a little bit more than 0.89. Okay. You need hydrogen chloride plus glycerol plus oleochems. Alright. Hydrogen chloride should be available. Should absolutely be available. Don't know if it's available on any of these lines that run across on this side, but definitely over here I thought there should be some. Maybe. Alright, where am I? Here. Over here, there should be a hydrogen chloride line. And there is. Good. Is this a good line to draw? Of course not. Why would it be? Why would it ever be a good line to draw? This is the line to draw. Okay. We made it. So that's the hydrogen chloride. The oleochems and glycerol. This actually uses this uses more glycerol than oleochems, which is just, you know, fantastic decision making. I'm gonna break this down so I can actually have the doohickey. Where am I? On here. There. Wow, Helmod, you really struggle with this. Alright. You. Nichrome lard water. Are productive. So you are Mark III. FTS reactor. And doing that was just so I could make it easier to grab that. Of course, it's opposites. So, of course, the pipes are, you know, opposite. Just, you know, just because. No good reason for them to be opposite each other of these two recipes, but sure enough, they are. So much nicer, actually, with that extra productivity on it. Yeah, you can really get a whole bunch of oleochems for moderate. It's still a lot of lard. Let's be clear. It's still a lot of lard for that oleochem output, even with 120% productivity. And and lard is not exactly the cheapest of things. Anyway, that's going to be the glycetylamine. That will be glycetylamine. Ta-da. Next, we have hardeners, which needs organic acid anhydride. Wonderful. Have I made that anywhere here? Organic acid anhydride. The answer may be no. It's most likely no. I'm just gonna have a look in a few spots. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure the answer to that is no. I have not made that at the mall at this point. The organic acid anhydride is used for some other things that we've already done, but I don't think I've ever done it here, which is another unfortunate thing. You also need fatty acids. Yep, fatty acids and more hydrogen chloride, so that's just wonderful. Fortunately, we're near a place with the fatty acids. It was over... Oh, I built the... Ah, frick, I didn't even realize I built biofets there. That is not how that should be when this is a productive recipe. This is how the biofets should be. Okay, because you need fatty acids, there you go. Then I have to get the hydrogen chloride here. Ugh. I just pick wonderful lines to draw all the time. Autosave at 1,029 hours and 20 minutes of simulation time. So, where's hydrogen chloride? Oh, it's, not in a good spot now, is it? Let me put those bots back. Bots, there you are. Okay. The input ingredients are fine, it's just getting the acetyl, or getting the organic acid anhydride. So let me grab that organic acid anhydride. I forget if I put that on the train network. I have... I have. Okay. Well, that changes things ever so slightly, because it means I can just import it. Yeah, so it would need to be like all the way over here. That's the only minor little niggling issue. By the way, did we get hit by train? I don't know. No, I would hope not. The this buddy should be immune to impact damage anyway, even if we could get hit. All right. Really? Bring it down. Where's the thing? Here. That will be that. Just gotta do like a couple more pipe segments. Bot. Thank you. Bot. Thank you. You can fall behind. Am I out of coffee? Yes, I'm out of coffee. That sucks. Yeah, at least I break pretty quickly. So that will be hardeners. Next is inverse opals, which needs more hydrogen chloride. Wonderful. Hold up. Interesting. The productivity is not affecting these? There was a thing that I had seen that productivity was absolutely affecting the things, but I don't think it is on this one exactly. There was a thing at some point that had caused a problem, and I know that I had pointed it out. I just don't remember where and what that was. That had like a net output of YAG laser modules. But there was totally a thing that I had seen. Yeah, apparently it won't do the 90% thing. Alright, well, YAG. To the right. Input stuff. Output thing. So that will be inverse opals. They're inverse. They are the inverse of opal. Just add biopolymer. Hey, could you bring me some of that biopolymer bots? That'd be great. That'd be great. I'd like to see this move. So loaders always will end up taking preference. taking precedence over the inserters, so I shouldn't have to worry about backing up on the YAGs. Because inserters will stop inserting at, like, before the loaders will. Loaders will force more in. Yeah, it did not productivity a YAG. Interesting. Well, that's good to know that it's working there. Alright, then. Helium. For this nanomaterial factory, we have things eating helium already, don't we? Somewhere in here? Somewhere in the mess. There should be something eating up helium. Yeah, liquid helium. There, right there. Hi. Liquid helium eats helium. So we are still waiting for the Arcod propolis on those animal refractors, most likely. So that explains that. But anyway, that is photonic crystals. Next, we have dielectric mirrors. Right, I need to sort out the stuff for you. This needs to be done. Will be done here. Inline. It needs efficiency and ideally speed. And then it's just input-output thing. That is not the correct set of inserters that I wanted. Should have just about everything. Oh, titanium nitride. I did not notice that. Was it never broken down, or was that something that was already broken down that is being made up above? I think it is something that is made, yes, a little bit later, but it does get used here, so I should make that now. It is, however, 11:30, which is the normal break time. Just as a reminder, we are in fact streaming for an extra hour today. It is guaranteed that we will finish off the setup here of all of these ingredients for the intelligent units, but I am going to take a brief break now. I will be back in about 3-ish minutes. And I have returned. Welcome back. Found Dolly's baby on the floor behind me. So now we've given her her baby. Yeah. It's your baby, Dolly. It's your baby. Yeah, that's your baby. Gonna be with your baby now. We'll see how long it takes for the baby to fall down. Yeah. Yeah, doll. You're the pretty girl. Okay. So we've gotten built the factory for dielectric mirrors. We need to set up an ingredient for them still. We need this titanium nitride for these. So, oh boy. I see nitrogen, I see titanium, I see hot air, and I see the fuel for the building, in this case, gasoline. We will not need we will not need 2 buildings because this is going to get efficiency, of course, as well as a speed module. So it would be best if I do this, actually, over yonder, where I actually have access to a fuel and to hot air. So this will go here. The fuel is here. The hot air can come in over here. The doohickey can get that, and it can get that. That will make it go faster. This will get the input of that stuff. Then it needs nitrogen, and it needs a not insignificant amount of nitrogen as well. So somewhere over here, I have nitrogen. I have this set up. This is what I want. This is absolutely what I want. So in reality here, the way that this is going to work is that, oh, I didn't actually copy the whole thing. I need this guy. So this is probably a little bit overkill, but it is fine. It is fine. It spends a bit of filtration media, and it makes plenty. It makes plenty of nitrogen from the purest nitrogen, quote-unquote purest. Impurest, more like, but hey. We've got the thing. There's Ollie. There's the boy. He's come back. The boy hath returned. Hi. Yes, licky licky. Clean the face. Clean that leg. Yes, you clean that leg, big boy. And that is making stuff. Yay. Make the things. Titanium nitride. Off you go. Into the wild blue yonder. Oh, I can't help but notice this list is getting shorter. Next up is finite difference, time domain, photonic structures. Finite difference, time domain, photonic structures. This also needs helium. Wonderful. So off we go. Right back here. We are still limited by those arcod propolis, so keep that in mind. Pretty much, I don't expect to see any of them here in the mall anytime soon. I think both of those things are, yeah. So the dielectrics and the photonic crystals are both limited by the arcod propolis. Since, you know, the photonic crystals need one of those needs the other one, and they both need the stupid, yeah, they need the thingies. They need the animal reflectors, and then distributed brags will just come in as they're made, basically, when they get made. So that's that. Then we have titanium dioxide, which can basically go anywhere. It actually makes chlorine, which is like, okay. Great. I need a U. I need a U. And I need stuff in and out. In, out. Plastic plus titanium tetrachloride. And that shall be that. Titanium dioxide. Next. Oh boy, we have the thorium oxide chain coming off of rare earth pulp 4. Okay, well, rare earth pulp had been brought for gadolinium here. Where did all of that even begin? So we had all the way over here. We have this making the pulp 4. That going into there. So I will need the pulp 4 to now do a separate chain. Great. Fantastic. All right. Bots going out, doing their... Oh god, hi. Oh boy, hi. Something's sure eating a few circuit twos. Slash, I'm making a few of these things. Right. Have I've mentioned a few times that Bob's modules are pretty strong, right? I've mentioned this before. This has just come back into my mind. So, speed. When the game on a regular building processes a recipe at the tick rate, you probably know that that's like a speed limit, right, for the game. For a lot of regular recipes is the tick rate, right? Well, the thing about that, though, is if the recipe is also productive, if it's productive, the productivity ticks have a bit more room to work. The game can sort of process a regular output and a productivity output at the tick rate. So what ends up happening is that you can have a building that is running a recipe once per frame, or ish, yeah, like once per frame, or 60 times per second. But you can have the speed of the building be much faster than that, and the productivity ticks will happen at that speed, as if the building were operating at that top speed. So whatever that gap is between the actual limit of the tick rate of the building and the productivity ticks is sort of how much extra free stuff you end up getting from extra productivity ticks, where you're not actually spending any resources to get those productivity ticks, because you can't really spend the resources faster than the tick rate, and yet you're going to still get productivity beyond that. From what I can tell, that seems to be how that works. So, yeah, we're probably going to make use of that in some specific locations where that becomes a thing that is viable. There's certain things that are relatively faster recipes where you can sort of speed things up to the tick rate and have a lot more room to work with on that crafting speed bonus. So if we can get that crafting speed bonus up to the maximum of 32,000 some odd number, it's 1/2 of FFFF hexadecimal value. Yeah, it can be quite good. It can be quite good. So where the hell did I place this wet scrubber? That's just something that I had noticed on something that I was doing. I forget what exactly the thing was at the time that I was looking at, but there was a thing that actually, as of now, can actually operate like at the tick rate and have the building be faster than the tick rate, and still you get all that wonderful productivity on it from the excess speed. So there is a reason to push speed beyond the tick rate on buildings that are productive, because you still get bonus productivity ticks out of it. Anyway. Oh, it was you, wasn't it? It was probably one of these making these. If it wasn't, then it should be. Because, yeah, this recipe ticks every half second, meaning that, yeah, you can get this recipe operating at the tick rate rather quickly, and it's productive, so you can actually gain free output from this by having the crafting speed be well above and beyond the tick rate. So you just get a whole bunch more productivity out of this than otherwise, because it's basing it off of the real speed rather than the capped speed. Treats it as if it's actually running at that speed, even if it's not. Oh boy. So where did that wet scrubber go? I've lost it. There it is. Hi. Just add pulp 4. Rare earth 4. Okay, well, where be rare earth 4 in relation to my current position? So my current position is here. The rare earth 4 is over here. Going down. Now, I do hope that this is, like, the last use of the pulp 4. Please tell me this is the last, like, string of stuff coming off of the pulp 4. I would be much appreciative if this was the final thing, because we've got rare earth making several items at this point. We have rare earth ores producing gadolinium. We have it producing gadolinium. We have it producing this erbium. And we now have it producing this thorium oxide. And of course, there's the actual rare earth oxides chain as well. Because the pulp chain sort of comes off it splits here, right off of here to do those other things. Alright, so we've got stripped thorium solution. Then we need to add... Ahem. Then we need to add... ammonia. Wonderful. Where be ammonia? Ammonia be here. These are just tiles. These are Nextlit tiles. Nextlit tiles give a 350% walking speed bonus when on top of them, and this should apply to vehicles as well on over these tiles. So my top speed and acceleration, or at least my top speed, should be impacted by the fact that I am essentially flying over these tiles. If I go off of these tiles, my speed should actually slow down a bit, because it does affect top speed. We'll see if it actually affects the flying creature, though. It probably doesn't affect a creature that's flying. I don't think I would expect it to. Yeah, it looks like the speed here is not at all affected by these tiles, which, whatever. Fine, I'll take the being able to fly over the extra walking speed. I'll take the not having collision at all. Basically any day of the week. This goes directly into this building. I don't really need any of these parts for anything else. You need ammonium oxalate, another thing. Needing ammonium oxalate. Great. Really? It's oxalate. Ta-da. And then filter. Oh look, more ammonia. And that is thorium oxide. The key important, excessively, extremely important thing about this thorium oxide, I will need to make more of this. Because this stuff recharges quantum batteries when we eventually have trains that use quantum batteries. Frankly, I don't know why the most advanced train just doesn't need a fuel. I would think that both the most advanced logistic robot as well as the most advanced train would be at a point where we no longer need to deal with fuel or electricity on these things, but oh well, we do. They eat quantum batteries for those trains, and they produce a spent quantum battery that can only be recharged by thorium oxide. And how slow is that recipe? Because then that's more power, and it's done in a particle accelerator, which uses a bunch of power. Railways 4. That is 5 seconds with 1 thorium oxide per spent quantum battery. To give you back your quantum battery. Now, it's a gigajoule of fuel value per battery, just so we are clear about that, with a 350% vehicle acceleration and 250% vehicle top speed bonus. So these superior floating locomotives, they go really fast. They go real fast. They accelerate real fast. It's just that, whatever the stack size is of the quantum battery, which I think is 10. Yeah, so they'll hold 10 megajoules, or 10 gigajoules, excuse me, of fuel value. That would last a while. They rarely will ever need to recharge. It's just we need to have access to the thorium oxide to recharge them when that time comes. So that is thorium oxide. And we need to keep in mind that that's going to be used in producing intelligent units, unfortunately. Next, we have the crude top layer, the crudest of crude of top layers. Why do I have that thing there? That's like supposed to make oxygen, and it's not doing anything. Like, hello? Why do you exist? Oh, was that that was the other Biofet thing, right? So that's why you're existing. There we go. In, out. I need to scale. I need more antimony oxide at some point. But this is super easy for that top layer. Then we have transparent anodes in sinter plants. Sinter plants get efficiency. They will also need rocket fuel. Why rocket fuel? Because rocket fuel does not produce a spent fuel result. So we don't have to deal with ash being output from this, and we don't have to worry about empty canisters either. Even though this is a building that can run off of lots of things. They still need to fix that issue, by the way, with burners. Issue with burners with both canisters as well as with rocket fuel. There is a recipe that destroys canisters and rocket fuel rather than it just being used as a fuel in burners, so it ends up grabbing enough to fill their fuel source, and then it just proceeds to destroy them. It then voids them. Like, no, I don't want you to void them. I want to use them as your fuel. Because there's lots of benefit to using the rocket fuel as a fuel. It's actually quite nice as a fuel. Next, we have photonic chips. Looking at this, it only needs vacuum. Good. You only eat vacuum. Which means I only need to find my vacuum building. Which is not all the way down here. Where are you? Where are you? You should be here. There you are. The pressure pump. Oh boy. This is a few ingredients. Yeah, that's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ingredients. Great. Not quite the 20 of the Mark III chemical plant, but still. Quite a few. Next, InGap. Indium, gallium, phosphorus. We need a particle accelerator. We also need phosphorus acid, so where am I bringing in phosphorus acid? That's phosphoric acid. Where do I have phosphorus acid, if I have any phosphorus acid? I don't think I've brought that into the mall. No, I have phosphine. I have phosphoric. I do not have phosphorus acid. Here's the thing, though. I can just make it. I can make it. Why? Because I'm already crushing phosphate rock. And phosphorus acid is just one step removed from that. And it can be done very efficiently. And it's done in a thingy I'm not carrying around right now. Great. Up here, you, high pressure furnace. That's what I need. I need the high pressure furnace. There you are. High pressure furnace making phosphorus acid out of powdered phosphate rock, pure sand, ash, and syngas. So I just need to provide the syngas. Now, syngas is over here. It's brought in. It's brought down already. It's going into there and only there. So I can... I'll have to bring it over. But apparently I have to bring it up a couple tiles. Probably easier to bring it down and then over. So the key part here is that this recipe is productive. Like, of course I wouldn't be doing this here if it wasn't productive, right? We need, yeah, not much of the phosphorus acid. And unfortunately, they got rid of, like, all of the recipes that were productive in the particle accelerator. Sort of sucks. There were a bunch of things in the particle accelerator that were productive recipes. It was essentially everything but the nucleosynthesis stuff, but that's gone now, apparently. Used to be a wonderful, wonderful building for productive processes, but oh well, not anymore. It all used to be productive, actually, even the nucleosynthesis stuff, but no more. Etching solution and phosphine. So this is more like one of those doped silicons than anything else. These quantum dots. So phosphine is over here. There's phosphine. It's being brought in. I will do this here, and I will also note that I am limited by etching solution. So I think that among these things, I think this phosphine and then right next to it, the empty thing is etching solution. Boric acid. Okay. I will put it there. I need to pull the doohickey this for you. This could be Mark III to make better use of the borax, but it really doesn't matter. Like, it really does not matter. Alright, let me get the things in, out, in, out, stuff, quantum dots. Now to make quantum wells, which, you know, quantum wells, they're not using quantum dots at all. This does not have any fluid, so I can just tuck this in wherever I want. This is just a matter of place the building, make the thing, we're done. This does use the in gap though, so we have to make sure we have the in gap moving at some point. Nano chips. Nano chips suck. They are definitely one of the Mark IV stuff bottlenecks. They're one of the biggest bottlenecks of Mark IV things in particular. So back over here we go with helium. And the main reason why it sucks, of course, is it's not productive. We have all these wonderful ingredients and just it's not productive. So it's super expensive. This whole building, nothing in the molecular assembler. If the recipe is in this building, it sucks because it's not productive. Nothing in here is productive. Absolutely nothing. Regardless of how expensive it is, it's just dead. A dead building, completely. Oh. We hath arrived. We have arrived at our destination. It is time. Let's like actually get a decent spot for this. I think just in the middle of nowhere. So bearing in mind that everything is limited by the fact that we don't have Arcod Propolis right now. That is that. I do think that that is that. Let me double check. I might have missed these, the paradigmatic resistors. So let me get that down, because it seems I did miss that. Oh, more boric acid, hello. You're not moving? Oh, you... Wonderful. Yeah, that's... sucky. There you go. Now, that explains a few things. I have these things. The next lit silver matrix should be getting made somewhere. He says. It should. I have no memory of this thing. I'm pretty sure that I built Nextlit Silver Matrix. And I don't know why it would not be moving. But it's sort of hard to find a building that is not producing something. Even if this was at least semi-organized, it would still be extremely difficult to find. Alright, well, I'm going to operate on the assumption that I may have missed making you... vacuum. Oh, come on, game. Ah, limited by super alloy. That might be why. I don't have any of that. But anyway, that is those set. So let me have a look at the building, make sure that I actually am making those things. I am. I have the buildings set for all of those things now. So that's intelligent units. They're done. They are bottlenecked. Absolutely, they are bottlenecked. Yeah, baby girl. Yeah, baby Dolly behind my head. And baby Ollie over here. And her baby. Ah. That's intelligent units. We have 2 more hours. So, with that out of the way, with that aspect of it out of the way, I want to note that with 15-second craft time, I don't think that these can be cheesed with the extra productivity ticks. I think 15 is too slow. So 32,768 is the highest percentage bonus that you can get on a building, is the highest percentage bonus. So, and that's a plus to the percentage. With a base of 3, 15 over 3 is 5 seconds. So this actually operates once every 5 seconds with this building. At what point does it then operate once per, or does it operate 60 times per second is what I'm looking for. So right now, if it's 1 every 5, at what speed would it need to be to operate at 60 per second? So if that's at crafting speed 3 right now, what would it need to be? The answer is a pretty high value. I just don't know if that value happens to be 32,768% above 3. Don't think it is. So this could probably be cheesed. We can find out. It'll be a little... I don't think I can do it with, like, maximum bacon, though. One more layer. So, maximum bacon. We need 5, 5. We need 5, 4. 5, 3. 5, 2. And we need 5, 1. We need 4, 5. 4, 3, 4, 4, 3, 4, 2, and 4, 1. We need 3, 5. We need 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 5, 2, 4. Do you see how tedious this is? 2, 3. 2, 4, 2, 3. 2, 2. 2, 1. 1, 5. 1, 4. 1, 3. 1, 2, and 1, 1. All of it needs speed modules. How fast does it go? Not fast enough to do 1 per tick. With all of that, it's plus 7,200%. It goes up to 219 crafting speed. 15 divided by 219 is 0.068. 0.068 seconds, which is not quite 0.016 seconds. That's still, oh goodness. That's 4 times slower than what it needs to be. It would need to be 4 times faster, which, oh goodness, it just barely makes it. So if this building could go up to 28,800, that's when it would be performing this recipe at the tick rate. So that difference between 32,768 and 28,800 is the amount of free productivity that you get. It's so small and so minor that it's generally not worth doing on a recipe that's that long. That's that slow. So unfortunately, with like what it would be the most useful on with circuits, it's not actually all that useful of a trick that you can do, of an exploit that you can do thanks to speed shenanigans. So with that said, I did mention earlier that we had a bit of a discussion to have. That I need to have a bit of a talk about one of the pi alternative energy mechanics. So, over yonder, over here, what do we have? We have solar concentrators and stirling dish concentrators. It's time to talk a bit about these. Okay. Solar concentrators produce 3,000 degree pressurized steam, which gets used in Mark III steam turbines. Okay? In order to produce this pressurized steam, you need 3,000 degree or higher temperatured molten salt. Your molten salt must be at least 3,000 degrees Celsius on input. This will output 1,000 degree Celsius molten salt. So it will take in 3,000 degree and it will produce 1,000 degree when it ticks. Now, when you look at a plan for this in Hellmod, you can see that for 6 steam turbines, it makes 6.5 gigajoules, or 6.5 gigawatts over time. It will need to cycle 108 units per second of this molten salt. Now, the way I have it set up here is actually with 12 and with 10 and with 4 of these pressure pumps. It's cycling 216 molten salt. How do we convert 1,000 degrees C molten salt into 3,000 degrees C molten salt? When you produce it, it comes out at 1,000. When it's made, it comes out at 1,000. So that's what these stirling dish concentrators do. These stirling dish concentrators heat up the salt from 1,000 up to a maximum of 5,000 degrees. How does it do this? Well, as it turns out, stirling dish concentrators heat at a specific rate of power, at a specific power rate, and it's getting this power from the sun. It's solar. It's just a thing that exists. And it does this at 1.6 megajoules. Now, in reality, it's actually half that because this is solar, and there is a scripted solar mechanic. So in reality, it is what it should be, what the codex says it is, which is for stirling dish concentrators, it heats at 800 kilowatts. Okay, it heats at 800 kilowatts. Now, in the statistics of molten salt, in the tooltip there, you see that there's this thing called heat capacity of 1 kilojoule per degree Celsius. What does this mean? This means that it takes 1 kilojoule of energy to raise 1 unit of molten salt by 1 degree Celsius. 1 kilojoule per degree Celsius per unit of this fluid. So it actually helps simplify the math because it's 1, because it's a value of 1, and you know the building is average over the course of the day 800 kilojoules. So it can, you know, heat up on average 800 units of fluid by 1 degree Celsius per second. That's how you can think of it. It can heat up 800 units 1 degree per second per building. We need to heat up 216 units per second by a total of 3,000 degrees, or 2,000 degrees actually. We need to heat it up to 3,000 degrees from 1,000. So it needs to be heated 2,000 degrees in 1 second, 216 units. So the question is, how many Stirling dish concentrators does one need to heat up 216 units of fluid by 2,000 degrees, at least, in 1 second? The answer is over 500 of them. You need more than 500 of them to actually fully support the full output of that. In fact, you need, because I did this math, you need 540 of these Stirling dishes to raise the temperature of that 216 units of fluid by 2,000 degrees in 1 second to keep the system flowing. Because of like the time it takes for fluid to move, etc. Probably going to want more than that. Probably want to be a little bit over that amount, because I don't think you'll exactly get it at 540, even though it theoretically is supposed to be enough at 540. Just, you know, fluid mechanics are a thing. It being a game, it's not perfect. You'd want more so that it does heat up more. And there's the fact that it does not, the buildings don't actually operate at night, and you're actually getting, you know, double the rate when it is on versus when it's off, etc., etc. It's a bit more complicated than just that. So, you know, it's 540 of these. This is not 540 of these. In fact, this is like 300 and something of these. 300 and where is it? 306 of these. So I don't even have the full amount to actually get the full output from this at the moment. The only reason why it's working right now is because, well, they're not operating at 100%. They're not 100%. I don't need 100% of the production right now. We are not needing it, and it does not get it preferentially. We're only consuming 118 per second of the pressurized steam out of the 180, so they're not all operating at 100% uptime. So what I do have for my current level of demand for power is enough. But it is not enough to support the maximum that it could. Fluid mechanics. How does this even really work in the first place? Well, you have to pass fluid through the building for it to, you know, do stuff. And fluids in this game average their temperatures when they mix when a fluid mixes itself and you have one at one temperature and one part of it at another, it will average those values. And it will average them based off of, comparative volume as well of stuff. So you need to get the fluid moving through all of the concentrators, and ideally moving through them in one direction. And I have this set up so that it actually is pumping through these concentrators at a flow rate of 3,000 units per second, but that isn't really what matters here. The speed at which it does its thing, it only matters in that it's fast enough to supply the amount to these concentrators here. But the way that I have it is a single circuit, continuous circuit that goes over, then down, then back up, and then over, and then through line 2, through line 4, and up and over through that whole line. It's when each one holds 1,000 units of stuff, it's a lot of molten salt that you need for this process, and it's getting pumped out and then back into this tank, and from this tank it goes back into the system, and it forms a continuous circuit that has no backwash anywhere in it. It is a continuous circulating circuit of fluid that is being continuously heated up as long as these are online at a rate of 800 kilowatts per building. From there, we also have it circulating into the solar concentrators. We have fluid that is going into the input ports on here. It does split here to the other line, but in general, it will go left, and then there'll be another pump preventing backwash that goes to the output line here, so that the output lines aren't immediately contaminating the input lines, right? So I want the output lines, that's the cold, I'll call it cold, it's still 1,000 degrees Celsius molten salt, but the colder fluid is isolated from the input heated fluid. Now, it does get mixed in the tank, but the tank's also constantly flowing in the fresh, heated fluid as well into here, so it's able to keep cycling that, and it helps average things out a little bit better so that you can flow in the hottest of your available fluid into the input sections, and it will all just keep constantly flowing. Figuring this out is a royal pain in the ass, so I would not suggest anyone ever use this mechanic ever, unless you absolutely have an extremely strong understanding of Factorio's fluid mechanics as well as the temperature mechanics, because the temperature mechanics are not used in the base game. They are not used at all, especially not in this way, in the base game of Factorio. So let's keep in mind that even though this is a mechanic that exists, this is something that is rarely even used in any mods. This is the only time I've really seen this used in any overhaul mod for fluids like this. Now, Factorio, the base game, it has similar for heat pipes for heat transfer involved with the nuclear power setups, but not straight up fluids like this. Yeah, it is a thing. It is a thing that can be extremely overwhelming. It's also not particularly space efficient for the amount of power that you get. If I compacted this and I had 540 of these, it would extend about down that far. It would be a brick. It would be a brick about that large, in terms of the actual space that's required. Just a pretty good-sized brick that makes 13 gigawatts. Now, yeah, just to be clear, this makes 13 gigawatts for that much space. For hundreds of thousands of units of molten salt being put into this system that you need to just have available to fill all of these dishes. Yeah, it's just not worth the time setting it up. It's definitely not worth it being your primary source of power in the base. Is it okay to have it as a backup? Fine, that's fine because it's free, essentially. You do have to worry about always having power for the pumps, but it does not require any inputs. It does not require any inputs, especially compared to other things. The thing is, this has to compete with things like this, with things like Tidal. It has to compete with Tidal, which, yes, Tidal will use more space, but it also has zero logistics. Tidal requires nothing for logistics, and it outputs a pretty good amount of power even with the Mark II buildings, let alone the Mark IIIs, and soon enough, the Mark IVs, which actually unlock at this tech level, if you can believe it. Like, the Mark IVs unlock at Purple Science. What? Yeah, they do eat Intel units, but they do unlock here. Title. Yeah. Right there. They eat Intel units and a whole bunch of newer stuff. We haven't made mechanical part 4s. I guess that could be on the agenda. I guess we could try to make these stupid things. What's it take for like the gearboxes and things? Oh, you know, just more special small parts. 500 special small parts for one gearbox. Can I just rant and rave ever so slightly? You sure you're not off by a factor of 10 there, at least? Same with that super alloy, 200 super alloy and 500 small parts, special small parts, to make one gearbox, huh? One gearbox. It's 80 for a utility box. And Intel units, by the way. But you don't need the utility box. Oh, you do need... Yeah, so you do need Intel units for mechanical part 4s. Great. Fantastic. That's just beautiful. Wonderful stuffs. Oh, are you going to eat exoskeletons? Yes. Thank you so much, Project Leica, for being awful. Okay, so Project Leica, by the way, you build spacesuits. You combine them with an improved Dingrit, a dog, a wolf, and then you launch this thing into space, and it will return a cosmic space Dingrit by launching it into space. And then you slaughter this cosmic space Dingrit to get the Snarer Heart, which is a required ingredient for making perfect samples, aka a required ingredient to get into PyScience 4 and Utility Science. Launching dogs into space just to kill them when they come back. Anyway, that is that rant. The other current available sources of power outside of tidal are also, coal power, you have oil power, you have biomass power, and you have wind through the forms of the horizontal axis wind turbine and the vertical axis wind turbines. One of those has like a spacing requirement. The other one I don't think does, but still there is a randomness to wind, so you have to keep that in mind. Have like accumulators just in case if that's going to be a primary source of power. Title is very consistent, so that's fine. This is consistent, but of course it takes fuel for the coal power. And then of course there's Simics, which yeah, those with Bob's modules, these are just good, just really good for Simic boilers. With Bob's modules, just to be very clear, these are only particularly good because of Bob's modules. The infrastructure required would be much higher with regular level modules. I think because it's 3 slots, you can get it to minus 80, or at least pretty close to it on the fuel, on efficiency here. And that's what would be preferred, but it would be much bigger from not having that extra speed that Bob's modules can give. But yeah, it's definitely a good option. It's not necessarily free, but it's still really nice. Anyway, even if I were to try to set up those mechanical part 4s right now, it wouldn't be made because we don't have Intel units being made, and it would just distract from making beacons. So what am I going to do for the next, like, hour and a half? Maybe I just have to make mechanical part 4s. Let's plan this. Oh boy. At least it's productive. Probably not going to make one of these, but oh well. Please be productive. Thank you, Lord. Okay. Well, at least it's productive, even though it is an insane amount of special small parts. That is insanity levels of stuff. Just utter madness. Oh yeah, electronics 4s. It's all the same stuff that we've made already. Okay, well, yeah, we have all this. We can just plop and build. What else we got here? We've got all that. We have all that's available. We have the mechanical 3s. We have nanomesh. We have this special alloy. I'm pretty sure it's being made as a special alloy. The problem is we need molten of this, I think, for something. We have all the Mark III stuff. We have that. Then it's hydraulic systems, which I should have that. Another thing eating carbon fiber, though, is not nice. Shafts are going to need the molten version of this stuff. Oh, joy. Hello. I do hope I have that gadolinium oxide. Yes. Molten nexlet, though, that's a minor problem. That's a ever so slight issue to make those shafts. And then there's utility boxes, and that's it. This is pretty much just a set and forget. So molten zinc and molten nexlet are 2 new things, and I don't think I've put molten nexlet onto the train network now, have I? I have not. I have not done this thing. I could do this thing. I would have to when setting this up. So that's one aspect. What other aspect can we have ourselves a look at? There is the concept of setting up things like Rika. The problem is they're not productive for any of these things. Why turn down the other option? The other option is going to consume denatured seismite to improve the output for the given input. I guess it's okay. What other things am I going to need with BMP improvements? What are the other ingredients of perfect samples that are going to need BMP? BMP is skin. So what are the skin increases? Oh no, I called it BMP. I've been calling it BMP. No, it's not that. It's Rika. So what needs Rika? The Zipier needs Rika. And that's it. Just the Zipier needs Rika? We have quite a few things that need anti-tumors. There's multiple anti-tumors. There's a BMP. There's a nanochondria. Like 3 anti-tumor guts. A couple recombinant erythropoietins. Ultimately, you don't need much of any of these things. The volumes of these things are not very high. It's just that you do need more than one building for a number of these upgrades. It's the only slight niggling issue there. I'm not making antivirals, am I? I don't remember if I'm making antivirals. I don't think... No, I'm not. I am making the growth factor, though. I am making growth factor, so... Oh yes, I wasn't making antivirals because they fundamentally need Archod venom. That's one of the reasons why I wasn't doing that. So this is possible now. So is technically the mechanical parts. Like getting the upgraded creatures and actually getting the parts are available for any of the stuff I've unlocked at this point, because clearly I've unlocked Rika. But I still need to unlock the anabolics, the bone, the BMPs. Actually, are the anabolics? Yes, they are necessary to unlock that tech. So, yeah, just all these little upgrade things are needed to get into there. But the one thing I was thinking about was trits, because trits are pretty expensive to build, just to get their photophores primarily. There is a tech upgrade for the slaughterhouse that would double the output of photophores, but it does not apply to this recipe. And it would make every single recipe for slaughtering more complex. Every recipe with that upgrade is affected, except for this type of slaughtering of the improved creatures. So, is it worth it? No, not in the slightest. Not any of the options are good for the slaughterhouse upgrades because they are mutually exclusive. They are all more complex, and anytime you don't need any of the things that are improved by the option that you pick, well, now you're just spending more stuff for no reason. So, no, none of those options are good options for the upgrades for the slaughterhouse. None whatsoever. I would never pick any of these options. You have option 1 to get more. It doubles the blood, lard, sulfuric acid, bones. It adds a chance of more brains, and it doubles photophores. But then every single recipe will change to needing a laser turret, with a 99.9% chance of returning said laser turret, but still, then that is a bit of logistics work that you have to do everywhere you are ever doing full rendering of every creature, regardless of what you actually need from that system. Meaning that the moment that you take this tech, you immediately break every single rendering that you do in your entire base. Same thing with this one, option 2. Instead of the laser turrets, it's programmable speakers with, again, 99% chance to return a speaker. And then the last one is you spend grease. This is perhaps the easiest logistically to adjust to, and would probably be the, like, quote-unquote best option here because of that alone. But still, you are now spending grease to get slaughter products across the board. And what do you end up with? More meat, more arthropod blood, specifically more guts, more formic acid, which you are not going to be getting in this way in the long term, more bone meal, more Kamut tendons is nice, and more keratin, which is also nice. Keeping in mind, though, that you can bioprint tendons. So really, the keratin is nice, but then you're spending grease on everything just to really get more keratin. So, meh. Just meh. Anyway. Let me just plop these buildings down, and I just want to show, because that's a lot of ingredients. Let me just show the glorious thing that is the chemical plant. Can I just show this building, just real quick? This is 20 ingredients. 20 ingredients to make the Mark III chemical plant. What were they smoking when they came up with this list of ingredients for the chemical plant? What in the world? Who in their right mind would think that this is okay in the slightest? At these volumes as well, like, what? I mean, yeah, I get it. It's one of the most important buildings that can take productivity to upgrade. But still, though, I'm running away from my Phedysis. I ran right away from my Phedysis. I just need to get out of my train and get in my cat. Get in my cat. Get in my flying tiger of doom. As he watches his brothers dance their carapaces off. Anyway, stuff, things. Yeah, these are a limiting factor-ish for this, if I had the fiberglass. Alright, you, going up. Probably better to do this near the Mark IIIs, because that's where I know I have a source of lard and a source of lubricant. So that would be right over here. Yeah, so right over here we have lubricant and lard. Oh boy. Probably have to do this a little bit further down, though. Okay, there. No. So what we got? We got you. We got you. You. Excuse me? Oh. The rest is electronics factories. And casting, but the casting will have to be done elsewhere. I mentioned that this would be relatively simple to do, right? Ta-da! And eventually, these will craft a thing when I set up the shafts and the smelting for the molten nexlet zinc gadolinium. Right, we're going all the way up here to do that. All the way up here near the doohickeys. Yes, I'm always so very specific now, aren't I? Oh, and I have to bring the helium all the way up. Oh, great. That's just lovely. Why over here? Because over here is where I have a whole bunch of molten stuff already. And I'll need molten nexlet provided on the train network. Oh, lovely. Fuel! Glorious gasoline! And I'll get to see whether or not I actually have that oxide available. Why do I not have that oxide available? It's you. Why none of this? Oh, because I never put it on. Duh. Okay. That explains things. I just didn't have an output provided on the network because I didn't realize that this had another use that was required. Oh boy. That's just lovely. Lovely doubly. Well, it's on its way now. And the helium must be brought over. This will not be very nice. This is a mission. Oh, lovely. Thanks, Grease. So, helium. Helium is being made all the way over yonder. It does have a use somewheres in the middle over here. Yeah, over here. So it gets used in here. Have I brought this line? Nope. Of course not. You know, I sort of have a pipe bus sitting in here now. I sort of have some semblance of organization. It's just, you know, there's other stuff in the way. We're actually really close. Problem is, these are in the way. Oh, right. I died, and it didn't actually give me my stuff back. So where is that in here? I need to make the explosive ammo, don't I? Goodbye. Helium. And yeah, I do have, like, loads of upgrades. I got all the, like, military upgrades for rocket launching. Because it used to take, like, 6 shots to take out a single storage depot, and it's like a huge amount of time in between. Or was it at least 3 shots? It was like 3 or 4, I forget exactly, at the start, but then by the end it's like 2 shots and they should fire pretty quickly. Which has ended up being quite nice. So that just leaves needing molten nexlet provided onto the train network. So I will do that now. Reminder again that we are streaming for the extra hour today. So we have plenty of time to do all this. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to put down a fluid supply station. Gonna set this for overflow. And I will need additional stuffs. Yeah, I don't really need the nexlet ore anymore. I don't really need that nexlet ores anymore. In fact, relatively soon. Oh goodness, there's actually a few more levels of nexlet processing. But at this next available level of nexlet processing, which we could get with anabolic RNA, yeah, we would unlock the ability to build worko dials, which is a thing. I have no reason to use these ever. You also unlock quality worker food here, but This is for this is a creature involved in the mining of the raw ore from ore patches, but I'm not actually using that anymore. It'd be the only reason why I would build this would be to just see what the model looks like for the Workodile. We saw the Digosaurs. The Digosaurs are fantastic. They are super cute. The thickets as the upgrade were not quite so cute. They were not so kind, and they went away when I started mega mining for my ore. Because mega mine, it's just some drill heads done efficiently in the mega mine, sped up with modules modules and with beacons for it. So yeah, it's is good the way it is. Hello thing. Huh, you're a little slow, actually. Guess it's because it's building, it's making the plates. If it's not making the plates, it's up to 421.4. I don't think it's quite that much, but yeah. Oh, what a difference Nextlet tiles make. So this is Nextlet tile. You can see my speed. This is limestone tile. You can see noticeable slow, and then normal. This is normal walking speed. This is limestone speed, and this is Nextlet speed. So it goes from crawling to super zooming. And it could be even faster if I was eating energy drinks, which I could do, actually. Probably should do. Supply, depot, full cargo, circuit condition, fluid count of molten Nextlet greater than or equal to, let's say that the average is going to be about 200. Molten Nextlet. Things molten Nextlet and depot molten Nextlet. Save that, as they say, is that. Actually, I should have made that extra 0. 24,000, not 2,400. Because I'm trying to get like 2 minutes-ish of production, and that 24,000 should be about 2 minutes of production. Okay. Yeah, meow. Meow. Miss Dolly meowing. Yeah, making chirps. You turning around? You're turning around, heating up the other side? Yes. Yes, oh yeah, you're warm. You're warm, kitty. And how's Ollie? How's the Ollie doing? Yeah, there's that face. There's the face for Ollie. Yeah, let's get Ollie. Ollie's in frame. He's just resting all comfy. Oh, stretch. Yeah, stretch. Stretch. Got the little footsies, huh? Got your footsies out. Okay, so that should be the gadolinium molten stuff. Get that pin back. That's one step closer to the Mark IV shafts. Here comes the train. So there's the next slit coming out, and that is moving. Good. So that leaves this guy. Add hot air, the hottest of hot. Speed it up. Just on the edge of my logistics zone in here. So that is the Mark IV shafts. Which is everything on here. Huzzah! We will, once bottlenecks are bashed, we will have Mark IV mechanical parts. Yay! What are they used for? They're involved in Project Leica for making perfect samples for, things. For the sciences, two sciences, PyScience 4 and Utility Science. So they will be required. They are required as part of our progression towards getting into PyScience 4, aka getting into perfect samples. So that being done... Oh yeah, I set up a fetal serum in here as well. I forgot about that too. And, oh yeah, I also forgot that between streams, I set up this. Hey, yeah, I set up this. Hey, it's additional silver. So even more silver coming in. It eats boron to make these proton donors. Crystallographic substrate, of course, eats up... Oh, that's an input. Or that's an output priority. This needs to be an input priority. Oopsies. Good thing I saw that. Yeah, it needs boron. I went to boron, and I made it more efficient. Even more efficient. In fact, boron is so productive that it doesn't even eat raw borax anymore. It is in fact so productive that it overproduces diborane, which is just magical. Yeah, input priority, right? That's what you need to be. Same for vanadium over here. The vanadium with receivers and silver with donors. Yes, there is phytomining I could do for silver, but it's massive of a build, and I really didn't feel like doing it. Just didn't feel like it. Yeah, so this stuff, I am doing this over at my boron build. It is over here. You can see we actually have enough boron. It upgraded from 3 per second to 15. But just a slight upgrade thanks to the power of having these Mark III buildings with pure productivity module 8s versus I think I had module 1s of productivity module in here to begin with. So yeah, pretty big difference in the productivity, but also this outputs 375 diborane from this recipe, but you only need 57.63 to make the boric acid for the boron trioxide, for the dust, for the mix, and for the boron. So yeah, it overproduces diborane because productive, but anyway, it's not like it's free, right? Still not like you're getting it for free. You're still spending these other inputs. It only really saves some boron or some borax, really. I mean, borax is like not an expensive thing. So the fact that it does this, it's very minor, very, very minor that it does that. So we still need Arcod Propolis brought to the mall, I'm pretty sure. Waiting on stuff for Circuit 3s, apparently. And I think all the rest of this is just that Arcod Propolis being limiting. Alright then. What next? Antivirals? Shall we anti the viral? Am I even bringing Arcods into my mall? That's a great question. Do I even Arcod, though? Oh, doing that would be useful. That would be so useful. Yeah, that would be incredibly useful because yeah, it's just one building. Don't know why it's using those though. I should have these at Mark 2 at least. I don't think I did I Mark 3? Did I Mark 3? I think I only did Mark 2. Pretty sure I only did the Mark 2 because the Mark 3 was Corlex. The Mark 2 was Ulrich. Yeah, so I did this for the Mark 2 Arcods. But still only one building for the amount of output that I need, or that I would want to make. How many antivirals would I need is the question. So a lot of antivirals for those. Recombinant erythropoietin in and of itself has 3 recipes? Why would you need 3 recipes? One adds myoglobin. Woohoo. You add all 3 recipes. I think in terms of the perfect samples, the answer to how many antivirals I need would be less than 1. So there is that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd still just need less than 1. And let's also keep in mind that when I do upgrades, there are specific creatures like Ulrich that, there are specific creatures not like Ulrich because I did not pick this option for Ulrich in this particular playthrough, but there are certain creatures that have productivity on their pens that is not reflected in Hellmod that would have productivity affecting the upgrading of the creatures with these like anabolic RNA and anti-tumors. So if you are planning on doing anything with these upgrades paths, it's extremely useful to pick up productivity on those buildings because, well, that means that one creature becomes more than one creature ultimately when doing these upgrades. Like with trits, like if there's productivity on the trit reef, then it's actually less than 1.25 to make 1.25 in the end. I don't think I have productivity on my trit reefs though. Trit? Where are they? That's a wonderful question. Where did I put my there? Hello. Do you have productivity on you? No. No, you don't. Can you? Needs research. You can. You can get 25% productivity. 25%? Ah, I see. It adds like a frick ton of high-grade nextlet as an ingredient to build the reefs. Oh, but 25% though is, you know, fantastic. Because it applies to the upgrade and because you need a whole bunch of photophores, that would mean that you would get 25% applied in 2 steps for making the creature from the cub, and for upgrading the creature, you would get an additional 25% on top of that. So it's really nice. It can be really, really nice, these upgrades. Anyway, enough about that. Let me, I guess, look at antivirals, and we can build antivirals, maybe? Maybe, don't know. Don't think I'll be doing that upgrade because we haven't gotten that tech yet. Unless I want to wait for that tech. What else can we do? What else is available to do for, like, building stuff? What else? What else is there? I guess I could always, like, just bring up the Pi 4. God dang, the only thing I need is... The only thing that I will need is perfect samples. Okay, fine, whatever. Utility science. I don't think we can build those personal fusion cells yet. Oh, but it is at this tech level, so there is that. We would need to make reinforced wall shields. And tritium. And that the reinforced wall shield unlocks there. And it needs wall shields, which I don't think we've made. So, wall shields and tritium. Okay, that's gonna be more difficult because tritium is an output from fusion. You see it, yeah, when you do this process, you end up with tritium. They changed the icon. Hold up. Hold on 1 second. That icon for tritium has been changed. The icon for tritium used to be a yellow box, a yellow square with a yellow T in the middle. I know this because you need tritium to make your first Schrödinger antelope. You need tritium to make your initial Schrödinger antelopes, which is the last creature in the game, by the way. So, going back here, you do actually unlock another step here. Fuse deuterium and tritium. No, we don't want to spend tritium. We just want to get some tritium. That's actually insane. I just want to make this clear because previously, before Pi Alternative Energy, in order to beat the game, the only time you needed to do fusion was to get enough tritium to build your initial Schrödinger envelope. And even before that, it was just not required to beat the game, period. Now, you need to continually do fusion for tritium for utility science to beat the game. And you need it for the initial Schrödinger envelope. So this is on the agenda, and it needs to be done. And can be done now. Tritium, tritium. And yeah, it's only in these two. It's only this that gives you tritium. So yeah, that sort of sucks because there is naturally occurring tritium. I don't know why you just have to do this to get tritium. Okay. I mean, yes, it's rare, but it is naturally occurring. So tritium. It's very likely that I need this in extreme trace amounts, so let me bring up utility science real quick so that I can get a general idea with full productivity. Get that defaulted. Just to get a general idea with the personal fusion cell here, which is not productive. Cough, hack, wheeze. How much tritium would be needed? For one, we need 18.19. Alright. I want to be clear, this has 6 module slots in this building. This building has 6 module slots. So it may go fast. It also takes a bit of power to run, so let's make sure it's done efficiently. It should not be done efficiently because just like the particle accelerator, this disallows the efficiency modules of 1 through 3, and therefore I will not cheat the system. So we're stuck with a few gigawatts being consumed here. Theoretically, this supercritical steam would be enough for a good amount of power. Are you freaking joking? You get 1000 C pressured steam. Okay. And it's 2 to 1. Not that one. Dang it. That one. Okay. So if we have, from there, we have ingredient input, we have 4,000 of this stuff. It would make 15.8 gigajoules, or 15.8 gigawatts through the steam turbines. Now, we could use fewer of the upgraded turbines. It would still produce the same amount of power, ultimately. We could use Mark II or Mark III turbines here. It doesn't matter. Actually doesn't matter. This is not productive. Of course. could do Mark III heat exchangers. I don't think I've set up the Mark III heat exchanger. I don't remember doing so, but pretty sure it's available. Not like it's necessary, though. So point being, I could do this, but the point is getting the tritium. And the other part of it is that you always need to consume this power. You would always need to consume the power if the point is maximizing the tritium. So it's either you are always consuming the power or you are overflow voiding in here to make sure that you are always producing the tritium. And then what? If you are using it for power, then you're also overflow voiding the tritium. So it's like you're spending things to get only the percentage of power that you're actually using out of it. Like, no. I don't like using this for power. I've never liked using this for power. I will not be using this for power. It will only be used to make the tritium that I will need to beat the game, basically, to win, to get science and to win. Okay, well then, set matrix solver, set blanket. Set divertor. I already have SMOO. Set wall shields. And I already have liquid helium as well. I might need to scale that a little bit. Oh, and it loops. Right, I forgot about that. It loops half of your helium back. So I should keep that in mind, that it does loop back half the helium. Also, yeah, I can guarantee that I don't have enough compression on helium. Oh boy, it's a good thing that I'm making 1,000 helium per second. I do not have enough diamonds for any of this nonsense. Definitely not enough diamonds. Am I making any of these for other stuff? That is a wonderful question. Oh boy. Hi. I need wall shields and I need reinforced. No, I need reinforced wall shields, not wall shields. Okay. Have I made divertors? No. Have I made blankets? No. Okay. I will need blanket chassis. Productive and Mark III, please. And I will need to build the reactor, the fusion reactor. I left my vehicle behind. Up there. Did not think that I would be working on fusion today, but here we are, working on fusion today. Frankly, I thought that the required use of fusion for making initial Schrodinger antelope and having that be the only use of it was fine, but it appears as if Pyandon wants us to always have something with fusion online. So there we go. It's like, you know, we had to set it up anyway. It should be up to us whether or not we should want to continue to use it, but oh well, we now have to always have it. It is one of those, it is one of those things we will need in perpetuity. High tech, there you are. High tech? No, fusion. Duh, fusion. Fusion, there you are. There you are. Hi, build this. That is a few ingredients, okay. Limit that. The fun part. going down. Feels good just flying over that train. Okay. The helium is over here. Goodness gracious. Great balls of fire. Give me helium. Give me compressors. This is going to be beaconed. I don't know if I can get as much bacon here as I need. Are you power negative from the fusion reactor critical steam? So the critical steam would be power positive by a factor of 3, but I'm not going to use it for power because I need it for tritium, not for power. It consumes 5 point something and it makes more than that, 15. It makes 15.8 and it uses apparently 2.1. Oh yeah, speed, duh. So I have the speed modules here and therefore it's going to use less energy because it's going faster, but yeah, it's gonna use 2.1. It could make 15.8. So it could be used for power, but I need to always have the tritium, and I am not going to want to spend the resources for it to operate with 100% uptime. Anyway, are you fast enough? You are half the speed that I need you to be. You are 1/2 of what you need to be. Therefore, there will be 2 of you. Okay, where is the gasoline? Gasoline. I need the gasoline. I need the gasoline, but it needs to be done specially because I need tanks. I'm sure if I had a fusion setup that was actually providing power and providing it through the multi-step process that would consume the tritium, that would be significantly power positive. Because you can get like the 5,000 degree supercritical steam in that way. So you could go all the way up Mark IV steam turbines from this 5,000 degree supercritical steam, which yeah, we don't have access to this slow reacting antimatter recipe. Yeah. Oh, that's actually just straight up different. It doesn't like chain, so it's just there. I would like to have this recipe. This would be power positive, most definitely. Yeah, I can get 200 gigawatts off of that. I can get 200 gigawatts off of that quite easily. Done quickly. Make it power neutral. It's really not going to be possible to be power neutral. If I take all these off, it's still going to be... Alright, so it is power negative without the speed modules. it is power negative without speed modules, but not going to bother. Gosh, even with one pure speed module, it brings it to positive again. So yeah, it apparently is negative if you're not using pure speed modules. Okay, fine. But God, I really want it. I really want this. I would really like this. This would be nice. This would be really nice. This would be incredible. Of course, I would have the like highest or higher mark levels of stuff here for the heat exchanger. The aneutronic fusion reactor would be great. The problem is we don't get access to this for a very long time. We don't get access to that until here. It is utility science. They're both utility science, but it's still a ways away to unlock that. The 4000 degree is hydrogen, proton, liquid helium. See, they kept the style for the hydrogen proton, and yet they got rid of the style for the tritium. They need to change the hydrogen proton to be consistent with the tritium, because it is a chain as far as I am aware. Yeah, it is a chain through fusion 1, 2, and 3, leading into 4, leading into the 4000. So that 1000, 2000, 3000, and 4000 degrees steam, or supercritical steam, that is a chain to get all the way up to that. So all of that adds up. And yet, the 5000 degree one is completely separate because this one is now antimatter fusion. Yeah, big dolly. So when you get to 5000 degrees, it's quite different. But it's really weird that this actually does 5000 degree, whereas the Mark III only does 3000 degree. So there's like a gap. Like, well, what does 4000 degree? Because yeah, this guy does 3, and then this guy does 5. Like, okay, what happened to 4? I don't know. Oh yeah, there's also right. I forgot about that. There's also the black holes. There's also black holes. Uh, really? Uh, where is it? What was it called again? Singularity Energy Reactor. Did they get rid of it? Is it not unlockable? Because it was totally a thing. It's essentially like a burner, except that it gives you power when it deletes things. So you just have to make sure that you're using the power that generates from it, but it's a way of deleting things cleanly, and also getting a bit of power out of it. The issue is that it's a little bit powerful if you are doing things like, oh, I don't know, using kickalc to make an ungodly amount of biomass and then throwing that ungodly amount of biomass into the black hole generator to produce power. It's a little bit powerful, but I think it's like a space science tech that unlocks it. It's a bit far away. I just don't know where it would be because it's not coming up on my search. What was that stupid button combo? That. All prototypes. Search for singularity recipe. Singularity energy extractor. This should tell me where it unlocks. If it unlocks. I'm not seeing a tech requirement. I don't know if I can find that here, actually. It's weird. Let me do this search. Singularity. The singularity energy thingy. Product of nothing. It has been removed from the game. That sucks. I don't know if that's oversight, like an issue or what, but that was totally a mechanic that existed that no longer exists in the game. Oopsies, something. No, I think this is all liquid helium. So I can combine those. Now we'll get all the output from you as well. Okay, that's fine. That is okay, I guess. Unless I want to hide this behind... I want to hide this behind an underflow valve. So that I preferentially pull in the output of the thing. Or do I just void it? I might just void it, actually. Now that I'm giving that some thought, I think I'm just going to void that helium. Oh, I already built that. Alright, well then. Are you ready? Plonk. 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 guess that's that. You here. Just because I need 2 each of those. So then it's this. It hasn't crafted one yet. Great. How much water? 2,000. Great. Oh yeah, you also make like 2,000 steam. Of 150C? Interesting. But I don't need to. You have the ability to recool the water here, and you don't need an input of water, but I have not done that in this save. Nor do I want to do that in this save. There's also helium-3 that's output from here, and the supercritical steam. Please tell me that that can just be vented. Yes. Thank goodness. And helium. And that just leaves tritium. The tritium will go into a tank for now so I can store some up. If I can find the tanks. Those are not tanks. Those are tanks. Give me tank. Tanks for the tanks. And then the little niggling issue of this returns a lot of stuff. It returns 1, 2, 3, 4 items. It returns Smoo. It returns Blanket. It returns Shield. And it returns Diverter. Doing it in that way will make sure that it will always preferentially pull in its outputs. And that's that. I mean, I just need the building to get built. And of course I need, like, you know, super alloy to move. Again. And I need more diamonds and all that good stuff. It's just, I need more things. You are not moving because of lack of Mark 1 fuel rods. Excuse me? Of all the things to not have Mark 1 fuel rods? Maybe lacking the lead containers? Yep. Lacking the aramid. Okay, lacking cobalt extract? You're kidding. You know, that thing that I'm making like 30 of in the mall? Where is it? You know, just that thing that I'm making 30 of in the mall is just not enough for the rest of the base. Whatever. It's fine just the way it is. So let me force build this thing. What are we missing? Probably everything. everything of importance. Right, you still need super alloy, you need circuit 3s, and you need some nano-structured material. Okay, circuit 3s are easy to grab. I can just take those from here, just a few of those. The other stuff, though, that's a little more difficult. Super alloy, I would need to find something consuming super alloy, which not a lot of things do. Okay, you do. Also, should have paid attention to how much of these things that I need. Because I might need more. Might need more than I expect. Alright, where did I just see some super alloy? Oh yeah, I didn't mark 3U. I can mark 3U. I'm not gonna make it right now. Really? What do I still need? Does it need even more? How many units? It needs 200 units of super alloy. There it goes. Ta-da! I will pick that up myself. So yeah, as I had said earlier with this, this could be power positive with my modules now, but I've just chosen not to use that power and just to destroy, vent out the steam with this. The point is having access to the deuterium. You need pressured water that I didn't notice at first. You need a flicking ton of that stuff. You need 4,500 of that stuff. Oh boy, let's break that down. Because that's 1-to-1 with water, by the way. Give it speed. Make it Mark 3 and give it speed. Even more speed. That's better. So now it's 1, 2, 3. Four, I guess. Connect that. Da, ba da, da, ba da, da ba da, ba da ba da ba ba. Yeah, that's enough of that stuff. It needs the deuterium. It needs deuterium. Right, forgot. Hey. You need 100 deuterium. So, yeah, there's these things called gas bladders that exist, but I'm not making that many of them. Hey, are you a productive recipe? Oh, you are. Well, wouldn't you know? This is a productive recipe. And heavy water is water. Apparently also sulfur. Oh, it's apparently in a centrifuge. Ooh, it's in a centrifuge. Oof. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. That's a few things there. Yeah, nah. Nah, that may be productive, but still. We're leaving this way. Where's that deuterium? Oh, it's here. Of course, of course. Deuterium. You'll eat all of it. Every single little bit of it. Alright. Bring on the smooze. And then when I go over to the deuterium thing, we'll see that, oh hey, it's, yeah, it's a little slow. Not quite making enough there. I5. I4. Realistically speaking, this should be 4-5. You're like a fifth of what I ultimately need, but because I do need more than just the 100. It'll do for now. Because remember, I need it for this microcavity core stuff as well, in existent volumes. Once this wind power tech happens, which, for the record, the moment that this tech happens, I will absolutely make the tower without you. It's just set the recipe. I have all of these ingredients, including that Mark III tower. Those are made. Those are made already right there. I'm just going to put down the thing next to the Mark III tower to make the Mark IV tower, and that is beacons. Okay, can I make it clear that is beacons? The moment that this tech happens, I have access to beacons. Just have to eliminate bottlenecks for my beacons. Speaking of which, beacons. Beacon. Bacon! Beautiful, glorious, wonderful bacon. You're over here. Oh, I need... Those aren't moving? Those aren't moving? Have I not actually needed them yet? Metastable quasi-crystals. Have I not actually needed you? Okay, it looks like I didn't actually need it yet for anything, so that would explain why I haven't set it up. Okay, we can do this. I will need time. Ah, this is the one. This is the one. Yeah, I forgot about that. This is the one. Oh yeah, Simic scales. Right, I forgot about that. We do need Rika upgraded Simic. Oof. Oof, and the antivirals. I guess we're not gonna have beacons then. And we need this quasi crystal. Leelamine. That's easy. Really, and this stuff was used for other things already, right? Yeah. We have one more chain to do. Really, 2 chains, because I do actually need Rika protein now. Interesting. And I will need the antivirals. In a not insignificant amount of them, but still. This is just infrastructure ingredient, right? It's just infrastructure. Oh, it's space science. Oh, it's space science. Oh, it's satellites. Okay. Oh, it's high-tech bots. Oh, and it's superior locomotives, too. Oh, it's a bunch of Mark IV infrastructure. All of the Mark IV infrastructure. Yeah, we want to make as much of this as we can. And it's exoskeletons, which is part of Project Leica, which is part of our science progress. Okay, well, that'll be the plan then for when we next meet. Because there's no doing this in less than 1 minute. Or in negative seconds. So we have an idea. We need metastable quasi-crystals. That is our goal for next week's stream on Tuesday. And that will be when I get the final ingredient for my beacons. Oh boy, there's always one more thing, isn't there? There's always just one more thing that one needs. Yeah. A lot of this is super simple. I mean, I can just put down the building to build the Rika at any point, and I have that stuff. I have the stuff to build the Ililamine. A lot of this is place buildings, get things. But we're going to do this together. We're going to do this on Tuesday. And yeah, just so as we're clear, the YAG laser modules have not been marked as a catalyst on this recipe, so they get influenced by productivity. Yeah. With that, though, we have reached the end of the stream. We have spent our extra hour. And over the course of the stream today, we have set up the Mark IV, the level 4 circuit, the intelligent units, the most intelligent of the intelligent units. Haven't crafted any, just because Arcod Propolis limiting factor. But we are able to build them as soon as we get, like, lack of bottlenecks. Once we solve some bottlenecks, it'll be fine. We have also set up the infrastructure that will eventually make the mechanical part 4s. Again, bottlenecks need to get squashed for the mechanical part 4s and their parts. And we have set up what will be tritium, what will eventually be tritium again once some bottlenecks are resolved. And we, of course, have ended things off here by setting up the plan for metastable quasi-crystals, which will be the final thing that I need for beacons. Full-sized beacons. With that, I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Showboat. If you have enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you've not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the great big blue join button and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/otakushowboat if you're so inclined and able. I will be back on Tuesday to finally get beacons crafting. I hope to see you all then.